Good morning, everyone. I just realized I posted the wrong link. Hold on. I just realized.
That's the 8:30 a.m. vibe right there.
I did post I thought I had a panic moment. I thought I posted the StreamYard link instead of the YouTube link.
I'm always terrified I'm going to do that.
No, it's the right link. I just remember because I went into to YouTube Studio to make sure that I updated everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we're good. I had a panic moment, but everything's fine. Let's turn my light on. That would be helpful. There we go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this chaotic mess of a channel. We are up earlier than usual because I have to be somewhere by 2. So I have to leave at I could have gotten. I just realized I don't have to leave till 1. I thought I had to leave at noon. I don't have to leave till 1, but it's fine.
Mm-hmm. You're getting your hair done for Taylor? Is that what you're doing?
Yes. Well, we've hit the point where I need to get my hair redone because I get it redone every 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to do it on weekends that I get paid.
That makes sense.
So for some reason, I don't think I knew I got another paycheck between now and when I went to see Taylor. But it's fine because this means it will have faded just enough that it'll look perfect in pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was going to say, when do you see Taylor? Because I wasn't sure.
May 12th.
Ooh, it's so close.
Yes, it's in Philly. I'm very stressed because my passport has not come in just yet. And the last time I checked it, they changed the waiting time from 5 to 7 weeks to 7 to 9.
Ooh.
Yeah, because 7 weeks it was going to get here with like a week or 2 to spare.
Mm-hmm.
9 weeks it will get here the day before I leave.
Yeah, that's tight.
That's very tight. I do know I can call them if I'm leaving within 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I have tried calling them now just to be like, hey, do I need to send it a new picture or anything? Like, is everything okay? It's just waiting time.
Mm-hmm.
But when I called, it's like, we're not taking calls right now. I'm like, it's the middle of the fucking day.
It's like, when do you take calls if you don't take it now?
Our call volume is so high. I was like, just put me on a fucking hold, guys.
I hate when they don't have a hold. Like, I'm just like, I will sit here and listen to the music.
Like,
fine.
Let me sit here for half an hour and then decide to hang up.
Mm-hmm, exactly. Let me make the choice.
So I think what's going to end up having to happen is I'm going to have to give my mom my information and have her check periodically throughout the day just to make sure that everything is going well.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. How is everyone doing? Good morning, Elena. Hello, Alexandria. And hello, Lovable Reader. Welcome. How is everyone doing this morning? I know part of what we're reading, but maybe we should tell everyone else what we're reading.
Tell everybody else.
This is the physical read. I have some thoughts so far. I don't hate it. I just think that there are too many words right now.
It's wordy. It is wordy. It is also, I'm still settling into the style because the wording is different. In my mind, like the writing style is different, which is totally fine. I will settle into it. I'm only 36 pages in. So like I need at least a good, 50 pages to really get my teeth sunken into something. But I'm liking it so far. I'm intrigued.
Yeah. It's like the writing style is very reminiscent of Court of Thorns and Roses. So like it's a little bit of a weird thing going on, but like I kind of grasp what she is doing. She's very, very steampunked it, kind of.
Yeah.
And it's like the main character uses the word shorted somewhere. And I'm like, does she even know electricity exists? And then like 3 pages later, you find out that they do have electricity here, which fine. Like there are plenty of ways you can figure that out in a fantasy setting. But like this whole first chapter, only half of it needed to exist. Only half of it.
Yes, it was a lot. It's a lot.
I'm just like, she spends so much, and I'd like a good Brown study, but she spends so much time. Like right now, I'm having a hard time getting over like how much time she spends thinking.
Yes. I can totally understand what you're saying.
And so, have you gotten to the first conversation between her and Hawk yet?
No, I just finished chapter 1. So I'm at the point where like we're about to meet Hawk.
Okay. But
I haven't met him yet.
I enjoyed that interaction. Again, it just was like twice as long as it needed to be.
Well, I mean, in a 600-page book, I'm not shocked that there are moments of wordiness.
Is it 600 pages?
Mine is 617 pages.
Mine is only 480.
Okay, hold up now. What? That is like not even slightly. How does mine have an extra 130 pages in it?
I don't know. I don't think it's the large print edition.
I just have the paperback. Why is it so chunky? Oh, that's funny.
That doesn't make sense because usually with paperbacks, what they do, and that's part of why, well, this is a smaller, I wonder if they just reformatted it, the entire thing, because usually, and this is why you'll see hardcovers that have a little bit larger font, like pretty large font. The hardcovers will have a font that's large enough for it to still be decently legible when they shrink, because they literally just shrink it down for the paperback half the time. They don't reset it. Do you have a whole bunch of bonus material?
If you've seen me since we've started this conversation, I'm like, let's look how far is like half the next book in the back. But no, I have a glossary that starts on page 613.
I'm so confused.
Why is my book so much longer than yours?
I don't know.
That is so funny.
Like, the most we have is like some we have
the Kingdom of Flesh and Fire thingy at the back.
Yeah, the thingy at the back with 2 and 3 and announcing book 4, I think.
Yes,
something like this, and then some other stuff for another book. But
yeah, I have all that as well, but that starts at 613.
I don't know why. They had to were completely reformatted for your book.
That's so funny. We may need to, instead of checking in every 50 pages, pick chapters because our 50 pages are not the same.
Okay, so hold on.
That's so funny.
How many pages do you have?
613 plus glossary.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna 480 divided by 613. So I need to read 78 fewer 78% of what you're reading. So I need to read 40.
Okay, we'll check in every 40 pages. That's fair.
Yeah, I can go through and we can just figure out like, hey, this is when we check in for the next chapter.
That's probably a good idea. I didn't realize it was so, that might be why, Jane. That could be.
It's potential. Who published yours?
That's a very good question.
Mine is Blue Box Press.
If it's Blue Box Press, I'm going to laugh my butt off.
I thought it was a big 5.
Oh, do you want to know who published mine?
HarperCollins?
Nope. Blue Box Press.
Jane asked if one of us has the indie copy of. I don't know, but we both have the same publisher.
We have the same publisher, so even if we both had the indie copy, which is possible with Blue Box Press, because I don't know who they are. Yeah. An imprint of Evil Eye Concepts, but I don't know who they are either. Right.
So chapter 3 is where you're going to want to read to, I guess.
Sounds great.
So let me see, because I'm just going through and figuring out what chapters are closest at the different marks. Hold on.
I mean, that's so funny.
We want to do 50 pages. You'd want to read till chapter 4.
Okay, I'm going to put a little tabby in it.
And then I can go through and give you the starting points for all of the other ones based on.
Sounds lovely.
It looks like every 4 chapters about.
Yeah, because that's okay. Well, why don't we just do that? Like every
4 chapters. Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah, because that would be 72 pages in my book, not 50. That's so funny.
This doesn't say whether or not it's first edition in my book.
Probably neither does mine. I'm so glad we've discussed this because I don't think we would have noticed.
This is hilarious.
I don't think we would have noticed if we weren't like talking with our faces, like just in the. You would have been mentioning things that you thought had happened, and I would have been like, "That hasn't happened in my 50 pages." That's so.
I think it is that they reformatted because this is atypically small text. I think, maybe not for.
So funny.
No, I think it is a little bit smaller for a hardcover.
I mean, I think it is because mine's the paperback and yours is the hardcover, but like still, I can't believe there's that big of a difference between the paperback and the hardcover.
That's so wild. I feel like we should tweet Jennifer L. Armentrout and be like, we're so confused as to why this happened. We want the backstory.
I would really like to know why the paperback is so much bigger.
Maybe that they may have just made it like, I don't know how big the paperback is compared to the.
I think it's probably shorter than yours just by the look of it.
Yeah, well, I know it's shorter. I just like, is it normal amount of shorter or much, much shorter?
No, it's not much shorter.
Well, like, because I got a pretty decent. What is? Are you telling me that I'm live? No, you're not. You're telling me another podcast is published. Okay, let me finish. How are you feeling about it? Oh, Lovable Reader had a comment. I love that book. I'm on book 4 and I'm really nervous about reading it. I am interested. I'm intrigued. Like the story is not, let me tell you this. The story is not boring. I was talking with Thor, the book I just finished last night because I'm trying to do 200 pages a day to the end of the month. It was supposed to be 100 and then I did math. The book I finished last night, like it was one of those, like, I don't know how to explain it other than I'm not bored, but I am bored.
Mm-hmm.
So this is already like so much more interesting and it already feels so much more like we're in the story in both of the 2 books that I'm currently reading, which the other one, my audiobook, is Justice of Kings.
Ooh, I want to read that.
It's really really interesting. I've picked 2 that were like this one and the last book I read really did well about capturing certain aspects of how things worked in medieval life.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, like, for all that I was bored by it, I think the entire book I read The Pariah by Anthony Ryan. The entire book felt like prologue. The entire thing. So I don't even know if I'm going to continue on with the series. It's just a book I got for free, so I was using it. But like they did a really good job of like using the structure of how medieval armies were built as a part of the plot. That was really smart, and I liked the fact that he did that, and I liked how well he did that. But I was just like, I kept waiting for the real story to start because it didn't feel like the real story had started until the last like 50 pages.
Right.
Yeah, I am very intrigued, Lovable Reader. I've heard a lot about it. I have people who've said really good things about it. I have people who have some what sound like genuine critiques about it. It sounds like she's marginally better than Sarah J. Maas is. Just marginally. Based on what some of my friends have said when it comes to inclusion and diversity and those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not brutally murdering her only character of color in book 2.
That's fair.
And then, but I'm definitely not going in with an unbiased eye, I guess you could say.
Right.
But I'm not mad about it. It sounds
like that makes sense because this book's been out for a long time. So like, I feel like I know kind of general thoughts on the book just because it's been out for so long. And I've now put it on 4 TBR. So thank you for Buddy reading for me to actually read this book. Cause I was like, if I put it on another TBR and don't read it, like
it's been on the TBR and I've been trying to read it since like September or October when I started this Goodreads project that I'm doing at the moment.
Oh, that's
I have to finish before I can do my new Goodreads project.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, Julie is here lurking in the comments, drinking coffee. I need my tea so badly, but there wasn't time.
First sprint.
I woke up at about 7. I was like, I could get up and I could do things. Or I could stay in bed until the alarm goes off. So I went back to sleep.
I don't blame you.
So, okay, cool. So that means that I can count it for indie points for Realmathon then.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Good morning, Ro. Ro is reading January 6th, which is a nonfiction. What is everyone else reading? I know he said that. And then Jen said, I'm reading Come Tumbling Down, the 5th book of the Weird Children's series. I have about an hour and a half left. Nice.
I need to continue this series. I read the first one last year and loved it, and just haven't picked up the second. I feel like that happens with me so much.
That happens so often with me with series. The fact that I even finished The Expanse is probably a miracle, you know?
It's a problem. I made a spinner wheel for my TBR game because there's like a spot to like read the next book of the series. So you do a spinner wheel. And this is the most cluttered spinner wheel one ever did see. I was like, oh dear. This is, if this is not a sign for help, I don't know what is really. And here I am starting another series. So
oh my God.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
I need to do one of those videos where you sit down and you figure out what series, I'm sure I would get so many views, what series you have and have not read, because I am in so many series that I have forgotten how many series I am in. You know?
I've got like 50 going. Like that probably would be a good video. People be like, what is wrong with her? Like, why?
I have to have at least this morning. So yeah. I don't know about, oh my God, I don't know about Brittany's team, but I am currently on Enya. So let's see. Depends on your team.
Oh,
it's all three.
I'm on Cyrus, so this is going to do well because it's it's a fantasy romance, so it's a blended genre. It's going to work great for Cyrus. And I can count it as 612 pages versus 400 and some pages. And there you go.
Maybe I'll go find that paperback and read it.
Be like, I read the same size as Brittany.
I could probably do that, honestly. Like, go find it so we have the same page count. I feel like that's more incentive. Let's see. Jen says, I started them for peace, the Wayward Children's books. I started them for Peace Talks and just kept going. Nice. Lovable Reader is currently reading Zodiac Academy. How are we feeling about that one? That one gets some real mixed feelings.
Yeah, I just don't know if I'm ever going to get myself to start it. Like, it just seems such a daunting task.
Because there's like 10 books.
And they're huge.
Yeah. I am intrigued by the series. Like, I want to read it to see if part of me wants to start a series where I start reading books that are known to be really, really bad, or books that not necessarily bad, but like books that people are like, I have the plot, blah, blah, blah. Here are some weaknesses, and go, okay, are these weaknesses actually there? And as a writer, what would I do to fix them?
Right. Ooh, I love that idea.
Light Lark is on that list. Zodiac Academy has been on that list. There are a couple of others. Lovable Reader says, I'm on book 1. I think I'm about 100 pages in. I don't know how to feel about it yet. So
I have heard from pretty much everyone, like people who even love the series, say it doesn't get good until book 3. And I just don't know if I can be fussed to read 2.5 books that are good to get to the good part.
I can see doing it if you are intrigued by what's going on in the first book.
Yes.
If you've got something that I want to know the answer to, I will read the books.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if you don't catch me, I'll be like, this book was so bad, I'm mad that I used an Audible credit on it.
And that's true. They're Audible exclusive. And I'm like, no.
No, I will not be using an Audible credit on those. That's what my library is for. My favorite thing is the fact that she's like, if you haven't bought this copy, please go buy a copy at the beginning of the book. And like, it's at the library. I am sure that it is at my library.
Yeah.
Like that just is so funny. Jane is reading Red Rising. Beautiful. Okay, all of the links have been posted in all of the Discords that people care about, or that I care about. and a library of what I would never read 2 books that are just fine. Okay. Lovable readers reading it through Kindle Unlimited.
Ooh, that's smart.
That's one
I didn't even realize it was on KU.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. And then so little books, so little time, or so many books, so little time, no time for meh books.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is my thing as well. So like that's part of why I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna read the next book in the Pariah series, although I might, because it's got some, like, it wasn't saying interesting things about religion, but then some stuff happened that I'm like, okay, but this could go interesting places. I just am mad that it took so long to get to the book.
Mm-hmm.
And thankfully, both of these started out, we're in the book.
Yeah, we jumped right in with For Blood and Ash, which is lovely.
I will give her that. We are in the story. And I think it's going to be doing also interesting things with religion, but I feel like it's going to be doing interesting things with religion from the get-go.
Well, it already has. I've only read chapter 1, and I can already see that that's a theme in this book.
Yeah.
For sure.
So it's just, I like it, or not like it, but I'm not mad about the fact that I'm reading it.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I was so bored the entire time with the other one.
That's so sad.
I didn't do DNF because I was, number one, it's a book on my TBR, and number two, like, I still wanted to know if things were going to get good.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely.
Shall we do our first sprint?
Sounds lovely.
All right, let's pull YouTube up. I have Friendos, so we'll do the official, the timer that actually keeps us on track. Because I love the videos where you spend 45 minutes talking and 45 minutes reading. However, I like getting more reading done than that.
Me too. I like it. I love a good intense sprint time because I actually get stuff done.
Yeah. Like that is part of why I like the timers that like you time your breaks, because I need that.
Well, if not, I find I lose track. I'm like, oh, we've been talking forever.
Yeah, exactly. And like, it's fun, but when you're doing peace talks and you need to finish a book by 9 p.m. and they keep stopping to talk, you're like, guys, we're trying to read as much as possible right now. Why are you talking?
I need to finish this book.
I was trying to finish 2 books because I didn't start my peace talks until 9 p.m. because Cassie was like, you can do 48 hours. As long as it's 48 hours, you're fine. Why you wouldn't just go, hey, you can do the end of the day on Sunday, of your day on Sunday, go for it. I prefer it that way, when it's like, hey, we start Friday night and then we go till like midnight Eastern time on Sunday or whatever. Because that just makes Friday kind of like a fun little bonus. But like there was so much talking. I was like, guys, I love you, but I need to be reading right now. And so I managed to finish the one book I was still reading on Sunday. The second book, I was like,
no, Peace Talks was not good for me. I only did 2 books. I had planned to do way more than 2 books, but it just was not. That's not how the weekend went, and we just have to release that into the atmosphere.
Yeah, I did 4. I didn't do too terribly bad. 2 of them are manga, but I did 4, and that wasn't terrible.
No, that's great.
But let's see. Lovable Reader says, I have had a couple of sprints where they read for an hour and talk for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. See, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like 15 to 20 minutes is not a bad break.
No.
But like when they're just, you and I mean, don't get me wrong. We found out about Potato Smut, but
I clearly missed whatever sprint this was.
It was the kickoff sprint.
Oh yeah, I went to bed because those were late for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to bed early.
I
stayed for like the first sprint, and then I was like, and now I'm going to bed.
I don't know whether I should tell you to go rewatch those parts or not.
I may just scroll through and see if I can find out whatever Potato Smut is, to be honest.
Just scroll through and find the place where everyone has like the most. Did I tell you to start? No, I did not. Everyone has the most horrified looks on their faces, and go back until you get the beginning of it, because it is the things that Rye was texting them.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go look at that later. That's gonna have to be on my day.
Like, I don't I've heard of orgasmic desserts before. Like, I've heard that phrase before.
Yes.
But
with potatoes?
Potato smut? Where the potato is the thing actually. No. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go rewatch that from those for sure. So I think it was like a parody or something. It had to be,
I certainly hope so.
So, okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to read in from Blood and Ash until page 8, until chapter 8. And then I'll wait for you to catch up.
Sounds good.
So, and I'll keep going like that. But okay. It was around. James says it was around 3 hours in is when the potato smut happened.
Thank you, Jane. I appreciate this. I will scroll to around 3 hours in.
Welcome, Nadim. You are not all that late. Nadim is reading Black Coffee by Agatha Christie. And Elena is sorry, I can't late. You have not missed anything except us having a chat about boring books. Me bringing Brittany up to date on the potato smut drama. And we've been discussing for Blood and Ash and other things. We are just getting started, my love. So Jane read 25 short stories, graphic novels, mangas, and novels last weekend.
That's amazing.
I want your brain.
Amazing.
How? I love it.
Absolutely amazing.
Which team? Please be on Enya. I have no idea what team. Anyways, so shall we do our first sprint?
Yes, let's go.
All right. So let's go in 3, 2, 1. Mute your mic. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Hello. I made it all the way to chapter 5.
Very good. I finished chapter 3 and I'm just about to start chapter 4.
Nice. Okay, hold on. I got to page 76.
Very nice. I'm on page 72, but that means nothing. Because you were definitely more than 4 pages ahead of me in the story.
Yeah. I have officially figured out what kind of book this is. So let me know when you figured out what the fantasy thing is of this series.
Oh, yeah, because I'm like, I really need to, like, they're talking about things, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening yet.
Yeah. I am intrigued because we don't have a lot of these books. Don't fall. We don't have a lot of these books anymore. So I feel like they don't get published as much because there was such a big boom of them in the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll understand when we get to the chapter 3 is when you get to her little field trip with Victor, you'll understand.
We're just about to go on that field trip. Like, okay. Victor just showed up to get her. So I'm just at the precipice of that. But I'm liking it so far, but I totally see what you're saying about the talk with her and Hawk. They talked around some things. They just talked circles around things for a minute there.
Like, it was some good banter, but then I was like, okay, but this is the same, different words, but the same banter.
Yeah, I totally, as I was reading it, I was like, oh, I see what she's saying. Yeah, totally.
So, like,
not in a bad way, but I totally saw what you're saying. It's like, yeah, we're just rehashing the same conversation.
Yeah, it's similar to what Cassandra Clare does with her. Like, she does a lot of double writing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was just a. Let me see if I can find the sentence that I feel is a really good example of this. Give me just a second. Let's see. She goes, character shivers subsided and the twitching behind his eyes slowed. The puckered skin at the corner of his eyes smoothed out. She could have made both of those sentences into one sentence.
Yeah.
Because, like, and sometimes you cannot get around it, like, using the same words or phrases twice in a row. Because, like, if you're talking about someone's eyes, there's only so many ways to say the word eyes without being weird. But it's still, like, half of that second sentence didn't need to be there.
Yeah.
So, like, she's like doubling the amount of what she needs to, like, what needs to be said to get the idea across. Cassandra Clare will tell you something and then tell you again multiple different paragraphs.
Love that.
So
that's why those books are so chunky.
It is part of why the books are so chunky. Like, I remember reading City of Heavenly Fire, and, like, I'm listening to, and then I was like, Cassandra, that was just the same thing that they just said, or you just said again with different words.
It's like,
I love her, but her books are too long.
Yeah.
So, but
it happens. Happens.
I'm intrigued and I'm interested. Like, I'm loving it. Not loving it, but, like, I'm really interested in, like, what this character's position is and what it means.
Yeah, I actually am kind of surprised what her position is based off the back of the book. Because right before we started sprints, I did I'm starting for Blood and Ash. Here's what it's about based off the synopsis. And it says she lives a very solitary life. And I'm like, there's an awful lot of people in her life for someone who lives a solitary existence.
Like, yeah, she's supposed to live a solitary life, apparently.
I'm like, there's an awful lot of people. Yeah, but I don't think I would have got that from the book yet.
Mm-hmm.
If it wasn't on the back.
Oh, see, I got that. I kind of, like the pieces of that puzzle are there, but yeah, I did just read the blurb to kind of get an idea of where this is going. But
I did the this is what the book is about based off, what I know from everyone reading it in the back. But.
So anyways, but it's interesting and I'm intrigued. Let's see. How did everyone do? People. Okay, so Elena started out at 88% of One Dance with the Duke by Jess Adair.
Nice.
22. So are you finished? If it's 22 more percent, I think that's finished. Jane says I continue to read while they talk. Yeah, I try to do that, and sometimes I can. I can sometimes, but sometimes I cannot.
I've definitely done that before, especially it depends on how much I'm into my book.
Mm-hmm.
Or how close I am to the end.
Or how much I'm into their conversation.
That too.
Like I did try to do some of that during those sprints. But then the potato smut conversation came up and I was like, oh, well, we can't, I've got to pay attention to this.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So,
rightfully so.
Mika is here from Neva's Sprints. Hello, Mika. Jane says, made it to 25% in Red Rising and talked to my dad on the phone. Nice.
Very nice.
Jen has 20 minutes left in their audio. Good
for close, you. Jen.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, Elena finished the book. Nice. Taking a break and making some iced coffee. I made my tea. I did not get nearly as much reading done as I would have liked because I sat down and made tea.
That's fair. That's necessary, though. The caffeine is necessary.
I also may have given myself mold poisoning, but that's fine. So one of my mugs was not quite empty when I put it over here, and because of the way things are set up, like I didn't see that it was there or that it still had tea in the bottom. So it's been there for a couple of weeks and it had some growth. So I was like, oh, that's fine. I'll just wash it out with hot water. Well, I put the hot water in, it goes, and I was like, oh, this was a mistake.
You're like watching it going like, I wish I had made different choices.
Yeah, I really wish I had made different choices there. So I just stepped back and hoped that the air cleared soon. That mug is currently sitting down. It has been washed with hot water, like scalding hot water, and it's drying now. But I do that every now and then. I'll put a glass of like something that has tea, like it'll have sugar and tea in it because I put honey in my tea. And I'll forget that it's there.
Oh yeah, I've done that before with a cup. Like it'll be in my like reading area, and I'll be like, oh, I'll take that up next when I go up next, and I just keep saying that for like a couple of days.
And which is fine when like because this one has been sitting over there for a week, but it was empty, so nothing grew.
Right.
James says, I wasn't reading during the potato smut.
I feel like that would have been a hard thing to read through.
That would have been a hard thing to read through.
What is happening?
We are going to be talking about the potato smut for years to come, I feel. Like, there's going to be, like, Cassidy's going to have to put a potato smut prompt.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like that's almost as bad as when, like, the British YouTubers went into the perfect poo. And that was around for a long time.
Good God.
And I was like, first of all, never. And I will never read this book. But like also just watching them experience it was Is
it a children's book?
No. It's a smut ebook.
I'm too ace for this conversation.
Yeah. And I was like, no.
I think most people are too ace for that conversation.
No. I was like, no, I can't read that book, but thank you. I'll watch you experience it.
Yeah, you can. There are some things that I'm like, I'm going to let you.
Yep.
Usually it's problematic books that I'm like, I'll let you experience. How is there blonde hair in my blanket? But okay. Elena, do you need help choosing what you shall read next? Because we have a whole bunch of people right over here that can help you choose.
I always love helping people choose. I can never choose for myself, but like
I love giving opinions on books.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Let's see. KW has joined us. Hello, Kay. Good afternoon to you. Reading Sibylla Byrne, Book 4 of The Expanse. That's a good one. I will say that about every single book in the Expanse series, but those are some of the best books in the earlier parts of my favorite books in the earlier parts of the series is 2 and 4. And then like, you're not prepared for the ending, Kay. The final book. Watching the perfect what? Wait, why no?
Yeah, exactly. That was my experience watching it. I was like, why are we doing this? But okay.
Okay. Anyways, I mean, sometimes you gotta do stuff for those clicks, you know?
I mean, the things we do.
So, anyways,
I don't
Elena,
feel like I need those kind of clicks on my channel, to be honest.
I know. I am like some of the reason that I've been chosen to dive into some of the more epic fantasy now.
Mm-hmm.
Is because I know that may get me some more views on my channel. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that I was never interested in it, but like I'm doing the Ruin of King. I did Ruin of Kings as its own vlog because I know that will get people yelling at me in the comments.
Yeah.
So, which is going to be really funny because like I'm reading a whole bunch of medieval fantasy, and I know a whole bunch about medieval life. So,
I love that. I think that's the thing with BookTube is you have to like read the popular books, but also read things that maybe people don't know about, so you can introduce people to things. It's like finding that middle of the road.
And like it's not like a lot of the books that people are talking about I'm not interested in. Obviously.
Exactly. I mean, some I'm not, but
I'm trying to get a feel for what the fantasy landscape looks like right now, because the last time I was really into the fantasy landscape was in the early to mid 2000s. No, late 2000s to mid 2010s. That was, I think, probably 2012 was the last time I really picked up an epic fantasy. That was like, I picked up Way of Kings and something, but like, so I'm trying to get an idea of, and one of the nice things is that I did find out that first person in like the adult epic fantasy is a lot more popular than it was when I was a kid reading fantasy. Like all of the Terry Goodkind books I do believe are in third person. Can I check? No, because I've gotten rid of all of them.
Yeah.
So that's nice to know, considering like the fact that my book that I'm going to be making in adult fantasy is first person. So I don't have to change the tense if I do not want to.
Right. I personally prefer a first person anyway.
It's one of those things that I really want to keep it the 2 points of view that I have, which is the main female character and then her love interest. Because that's how all of my books go. You have the main female character and then you have her love interest point of view. So he's not like the main character, but he is a main character.
Right.
But there is also like it might be nice to have the option to go into other people's heads occasionally, even though most of what's happening is going to be in their heads. So I'm still I'm still rereading the most recent draft, which was still YA. So we will see. Anyways. But like it's one of those things that like where I am now and where I want to take the series, YA just doesn't work for it.
Right. That makes sense.
Like the original plan I had, yes, could have worked for YA, but now I'm like, but I actually, if I can, want the option to follow them further in their lives. Then and could I do that by following their daughter? Yes, I could, but also that skips out on a whole lot of their lives that I would like to cover because she's a child.
Yes, that makes sense.
For much of that.
That makes sense.
So, okay, the perfect poo vlog. Okay. All right, I will read second or third sprint. Okay. If you need help, just let us know. All right, I think we shall do another sprint, shall we?
That sounds great.
Perfect. All right, I think this one I will try. Oh, never mind, Elena's. Can you help me? Hit us. We can help you choose.
Of course we can.
We can. We have decided opinions about books, even when we don't know what we're talking about.
I mean, sometimes I've decided someone will list books. I've read none of them and I still have decided opinions. I'm like, this is what you should read.
That's so funny.
Just based off title alone, I can make a choice.
Anyways, the reason that I'm going to be intrigued about how people react when I'm sitting here talking about medieval fantasy, which I know quite a bit about the Middle Ages because I special interest, I guess, is like there are occasionally times I'll be like, this is a common misconception about the medieval period. It's not true of the majority of like people. Like I can forgive who is it, like George R.R. Martin and Robin Hobb for like having a 15-year-old marry a 22-year-old because that's what the nobility did.
Right.
It was not common among the middle class and the lower classes, though.
Right.
Or like life expectancy, because everyone expect like life expectancy you're like, oh my God, people only live to like 35 or 40 or whatever. I was like, actually, no. Most people died before 5, but if you made it past 5, you generally live to 50 or 60 or lower class. Older, a lot of the time, if you were upper class, which is why you saw the upper class getting diseases like cancer and gout and things, because they were living long enough to get those diseases.
That makes sense.
So, and that's why part of the reason why we have such an uptick in some of those diseases is a lot of people just didn't live long enough
to get them.
To get those kinds of things, for those kinds of things to be a thing. Okay. What I have on my bookshelf. Okay. We're in so much suspense right now, Elena.
I'm like, I'm excited to see the list.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm always like, this is why I need a TBR, to be honest, even though I sometimes ignore it. Is if I just stood in front of my bookshelf with no direction, I would be in trouble.
Julie says it's called average life expectancy for a reason. Exactly. And let's be honest, a lot of that average life expectancy also did not take into account anyone who was not white and European.
True.
Think about that.
That's so true.
But yeah, that's why life expectancies were so bad, because so many children died. It was really funny. I was talking about this. Did you see the dude that was against sunscreen on Twitter? He was like, "You're so afraid of the sun." Blah, blah, blah,
no.
blah. Okay, so this dude posts this meme that is like, "Sunscreen is toxic. You're so afraid of the sun, the most life-giving force in the universe, that you slather oxybenzone on yourself." And I'm like, first off, it doesn't have to be oxybenzone. You can do a mineral sunscreen, and you are the correct shade of pale to be able to do a mineral sunscreen without having to worry about a white cast, my dude. So you don't have to, like, you have zero reason why you have to use oxybenzone. None. Unless you don't like the feel of it, of mineral sunscreens, which that can be tough. I will give you that. And somebody underneath had made a comment about, oh yeah, let's go back to this time period, which the people were fully covered in this picture that he did. People kept, it was so funny because people kept, they've got long sleeves, they got brim hats. Like, you wonder why people had long sleeves and everything back then. Part of it was sun exposure.
Absolutely.
But somebody was like, yeah, I want to go back to when the life expectancy was like 55 or something. And somebody's like, well, actually, it was only that low because of child mortality, because so many people died before their first birthday, or so many children died before their first birthday. And the person responded something else, and then he's like, well, yeah, sunscreen is antibiotics are poison, blah, blah. I was like, you're saying it's so great that we have better life expectancy now. You're pointing out that the reason we have better life expectancy now is because so many children make it past their first birthday.
Right. While
also saying that antibiotics, one of the things that has helped children make it past their first birthday, like,
yeah,
modern medicine is one of the reasons we have so many kids actually surviving to adulthood.
Absolutely.
And you're mad about it. Like, I guarantee you take that away.
The logistics of that argument seem to be falling through every second.
So falling through. And I will not lie, we do overprescribe.
Oh, 100%.
That is an undeniable, like, thing. You can't deny that we do prescribe antibiotics. Part of that is because I do think a lot of people want quick fixes.
Yeah.
More than they like, because they'll just like prescribe me something, and it's like, well, we can't, like, anyways. Oh, I am sure they were anti-vax.
I'm sure.
So, and it's so hard for me to get mad at that community, because we were part of that community, and I know what gets people into it, and it's chronic illness. Especially when you are a parent of a chronically ill child. Because that's what got my mom the first time. Like, I was 22 before I was fully vaccinated. And that was not actually because she was anti-vax. It's because when I was a child, the MMR I was allergic to.
Oh, yeah.
So, because I think at that time they still grew it on eggs, and they just, if you had an egg allergy, even though I know the vaccine had been changing around that time, they just said, if you have a child that's allergic to eggs, don't get the vaccine. It's too much of a risk.
Yeah.
I outgrew that allergy, and then I had to get it for to go to, funnily enough, a Christian college. Didn't need it for my state university, but when I wanted to go to Southeastern, I had to prove I was fully vaccinated. Which is funny because I did end up getting it while I was at my state university because healthcare is free there. Like they have free student healthcare.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, that was one of the best things about being in college.
Yeah.
For me, it depends on, I mean, there are, as with any medical intervention, any medicine, there are risk factors that you do need to keep in mind. Like I've never had to get chickenpox or the chickenpox vaccine because I had it twice.
Right. Yeah. Same.
So, and at the time that we were like, we directly knew someone that her daughter had not a bad adverse reaction, but she did have an adverse reaction after the vaccine where she would get, when she got sick or anything, there was a patch of skin that would just, so like that made sense to me when I was a kid, but at the same time, I probably would get it for my kids these days.
Yeah.
Just because they are, yes, there was a risk, but like it's a very minor risk.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got more risk getting in a car.
Oh yeah, and I like that it helps with shingles more than chickenpox because chickenpox is really not the bigger of the issue.
And it's funny because the anti-vax movement has legitimate roots in about the 1800s when they were doing the smallpox vaccine.
Yes,
because it would kill people.
Mm-hmm.
Now a lot more people lived because of that vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
A whole bunch more people. Like I think smallpox had about a 2/3 death rate, and the vaccine was like a third or a quarter of the people that got it died.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth a risk. Especially if it keeps you from dying a very horrible death.
Yeah.
So, but like it did have some legitimate like health concerns. Vaccines are much safer these days.
Yeah. Now there's more checks and balances. Not as much as probably should be, but
yeah. And I understand why there are a lot of people have issues with the current COVID vaccine. I understand. I still don't go get it.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand to some extent because like it did go through so fast, and it does. Like I understand the process of how it went through so fast, but if you don't understand the process, yeah. Oh yeah. I got fully vaccinated a year because I didn't have insurance, but now I need some of the vaccines for the current job I have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand that. Let's see. Hold on. The old bacteria virus debate about antibiotics. Some people who demand antibiotics for a virus still today in the 21st century is shocking. I never take them unless I have labs telling me which bacteria. Oh my goodness. Okay. I am going to read Burke Half of Paradise by James Lee. Nice.
Very nice.
I want to know how many COVID anti-vax people still consent to travel vaccinations so they can travel. I don't know. I know. Did I have to get? No, because we went to Ireland. Never mind. The only time I have traveled internationally, I have not had to get any vaccines because it was also another country where a lot of the stuff that like I wasn't vaccinated for was not common.
Yeah, I had to get a hepatitis C. I don't know, one of them when I went to Mexico.
Yeah, which I understand that.
Just in case, it's not just like if you drink the water, like if you eat fruit that was washed in the water, like there's all sorts of things.
And like I understand because there are a lot of like, especially with the way media is today, there are a lot of people that have come forward and said, "Hey, I had an adverse reaction to a vaccine, blah blah blah," and it's like, yes, but how many people did not? You know.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things that you've got to look at the risks of being vaccinated versus catching. Mm-hmm. And your risks are almost always higher if you are not.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyways, now that said, have I gotten any updated vaccinations? No, I probably should get a booster since I'm traveling. But before COVID, the last vaccine I got was an updated tetanus shot.
Yeah, that's probably one I need to get, to be honest. I don't remember the last time I had a tetanus shot.
Nice. Yeah, I just got I think my flu and pneumonia vaccines for the first time last year. And that's just because, like, between me having asthma and COVID being a possibility, I was like, I need to make sure that the things that could, in fact, take me out are less likely to.
Yep.
Yeah, they most often, like, a lot of the media rarely publicize the good news they do, so all we see is a scary. That's the same thing with child abduction rates. Like, our child abduction, when you talk about, like, Scandinavian countries that just leave their child out on the street in the cold, they have the same child abduction rates as we do. But because of the way the media reports on it, we feel like we have a bigger child abduction problem, and it's much more likely when most of the child abductions are by a family member.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Mika says my MS medication prevents the formation of antibodies. So before I switched to it, my doctors were like, "Okay, get vaccinated against everything now."
That makes sense.
That makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Like, it's health is always you have to get all of the information and have a doctor you trust.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. I had to get COVID because of COVID vaccine. There's close contact with one of the staff, and I wasn't going to get paid for the week that we had off. I understand that. We had a couple of scares at my office before the vaccine was available widely.
Mm-hmm.
And every time it was I was lucky because it was with someone that I haven't gotten it yet, as far as I'm aware. And it was every time it was somebody that I actually did in fact work closely with and have like face. And I was like, I'm just so glad we all wear masks right now. We don't now, but we did then.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was like, as soon as I could get it, because my doctor wrote me a special note because I have asthma. She's like, this person needs it now.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as I could get it, I got it because I do work in a healthcare setting. And while I don't work directly with the patients, a lot of my coworkers do.
Yep.
And they don't wear masks, even though we are supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I haven't seen us recant our mask policy just yet, but nobody's wearing them anymore in my office, except me. And I will continue wearing them until after Taylor Swift, at the very least.
That makes sense, because you don't want to miss Taylor.
Yeah, I don't want to miss Taylor. I also will probably be wearing a mask for most of the concert. Like, if it starts to really bother me, I may take it off, but I'm going to wear it just because we're going to be in a big crowd, and I don't want to bring anything home.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I have a 3-year streak going at this point. I want to keep it going.
I mean, that's a pretty good streak. You're one of the few people I know who haven't got it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it's possible I had it and didn't have symptoms, but I would think like that my parents would have gotten it and gotten sick.
I would assume someone around you would have gotten symptoms.
Would have gotten sick if I'd had it, and both times they've gotten it, it's much more likely that they got it from one of their friends.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see. Kay says, I'm in the UK and it's scary how quick it was produced, but we are a world of genius, and now and modern medicine show this genius with the COVID vaccine. A lot of the reason that it is hard to get vaccines, medications, all of that, why it takes so long, is because a lot of the time developing those things is waiting for the money to come in.
Yeah.
What is it? There are certain medications that are no longer available or haven't been updated in decades. Even though the diseases that they treat are still in the world. What is it? It's Harriet Washington had a really good book about this. And I can't remember which of her books it was, but she talked about the fact that like there are certain medications. I think it was her one about mental health and what causes different kinds of psychoses. But there are certain medications that either have not been developed for things that we easily could probably develop medication for, or they have not updated to an easier to transport, easier to store, yada, yada, yada medication, because there is no money in it.
Yeah.
So things don't get developed unless there is money.
Mm-hmm.
Hospital staff in the UK are the only ones who still wear masks.
That's the same here in Canada.
Yeah, I would do it.
That's the only place.
I'm ready for the masks to go away. I'm lucky enough I didn't get COVID, but I'm ready for things to go back to normal. I would love for things to go back to normal. Unfortunately, I'm high risk. So, and I'm lucky because I am generally healthy, so I feel safe going out in public.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm the only one masking. I feel that that's enough protection for me. But I haven't really gone anywhere with the exception of going to the wedding and to see my brother last year. I have basically lived in my house for the last 3 years because I know the chance of it being bad if I got it being very high for me. Because I was hospitalized twice as a kid for asthma, and one of those times they almost had to trach me.
Yeah, so you have to be super careful.
It's one of those things that what I pay attention to is when disability activists and people who work with the immunocompromised start saying, okay, it's safe to go out without masks. That's when I will start going without my mask because
that's a resource you trust.
That's a resource I trust. And I also I just hate how easily people are like, oh, we can go back to normal. Y'all just can stay home now. And I'm just like,
yeah.
If we fight for the least of these, all of our lives get better. But yeah, it's hard because they are really fucking annoying. Anyways, I'm so sorry. This took a really weird, dark turn.
No. And this always happens on Spritz. You just never know where you're going to end up.
I'm with you, though, lovable reader. I'm so tired of wearing a mask everywhere. I miss being able to, go places and, work on stuff. Because, wearing a mask for hours is really, really annoying. And I don't have to do that at work, so I'm not used to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I'm the only person in my half of the building. So it's like, if someone comes in, I'll put the mask on and I'll wear that for a little bit. But
yeah, if there's no one around, there's no reason to.
Kay says, me too. I only go out to hospital appointments for 3 years. Sadly, I had 3 admissions in the past 6 months, but I was still being mindful of the risks. Yeah, I will go play I will go places like the grocery store, that kind of places that I need to go. The only luxury place I go is the bookstore, but it's never crowded.
Yeah, so. The bookstores are not really necessarily swarming with people.
But yeah, I jogged for a year with my mask on.
Ooh.
Yeah. I made it through the first July of COVID, and then we hit the second July, and I was like, I'm vaccinated. It's very unlikely I'm going to get it outside.
Mm-hmm.
Just fuck it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not doing this anymore. But I do still do it when there are going to be people places. So. But yeah, it was a very interesting year, and I'm very proud of myself for doing that. It's a very odd, weird flex.
Yeah. I mean, it must be so hot.
Well, it's funny because the only real thing that I noticed is that there was a point at the very beginning of the pandemic that I was doing this running app that got me up to an hour's worth of jogging.
Mm-hmm.
And that would get hard. And a lot of the time I would have to take the mask off towards the end because I would be sweating so much that I'd be breathing in water.
Yeah.
So I would, when it started getting my breath started feeling moist, I'd be like, okay, this is coming off, and I'm just gonna put it in my pocket.
Yep.
But I didn't. It's funny because I know a lot of people who did do, and they've had issues. They're like, it was so much harder to breathe, blah blah blah. And granted, I was doing cloth masks, so I was like, this doesn't feel any harder than jogging with asthma already is. Which is part of why I jog. It helps with my asthma.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So it's I would love to get to a point where I don't need medication to treat my asthma. I don't think that's ever happening. So especially with pollution getting worse.
Yeah.
Anyways, we've been talking way too long. Shall we read?
Sounds good.
Okay. I will shut up now. I work with children, so keeping my I miss my friends' kids. I don't miss working with children all that much, but I miss being I like kids, so I miss being around kids. But anyways, let's start this. 3, 2, 1, mute your mics. All right.
Hello. I
Well,
feel like the 40 minutes went so fast.
Yeah, it does. I filmed a vlog clip, so we didn't get very far, but I got to chapter 6.
Did you finish 6 or got to the start of 6?
I got to the start of 6.
Then we are in the same spot.
Perfect. We did it.
Because I just finished chapter 5 with like 30 seconds left. So I was like, okay, well, that's a good place to put the bookmark in.
That's funny. I finished chapter 5 with 40 left. How many pages? 83. I think I read like 10 pages.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's not bad. 7 whole pages.
I'm liking this so far. I'm intrigued at what's going on.
Yes.
Something just happened, and I'm like, what is happening?
I'm starting to get the sneaking suspicion, and it's hard because of how she views sex in the first 2 chapters.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get the sneaking suspicion about what some of the Duke's punishment is, and I'm not sure I like it.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like, so anyways, where did my there it is. There's my hook. It's interesting. I am mad for her right now, just with how much she is being taken, just even without any abuse, being taken advantage of.
Yeah.
And neglected and all of that. So, like, this is a terrible way for a person to live, regardless of whether or not they are some mythical being that I don't understand quite yet why they're important.
I agree.
So.
Oh, I just saw you put in the private chat.
Yes.
I was like, because when we went into that sprint, you were hinting at something, and I wasn't quite catching it. And then I got to it, and I was like, "Oh,
I thought it was."
I'm not upset about that.
Honestly, I thought it was zombies, which I got really excited about. But I'm only marginally less excited about the fact that it might be vampires.
Yeah, I'm okay with. I just didn't realize there was a vampire element to this book.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're dealing with 2 different kinds of vampires because.
Yeah.
Based on what they're saying about I'm going to guess the Atlanteans and the Ascended are the same thing.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
That is how I am feeling about this.
Yeah.
So
I think that makes a lot of sense.
The main question is, would the Craven become full vampires, or would they become like vampire thralls? Almost like vampire zombies. Because one reason that you might want to kill them is so people don't know that the Ascended would just be... Anybody could be Ascended if they got bit.
Right. Ooh, that's a good thought.
Also, there are different types of ways in certain things to make vampires based on the lore. And not all of them are like fully vampires, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm very excited. I like that that's part of this.
Yes, I do too. Let's see. Elena is on their 14th book of the month.
Amazing.
Let's see. I don't think I might not finish the whole book, but at least finish with the other books today in the morning. Good. Only made it to 3%. Okay. Kay read about 31 pages. Nice. Yep. Alexandria read to page 85, really enjoying the book. A bit slow, but in a good way. The writing is so, but world is intriguing. Interesting. What book were you reading?
I was just about to ask. I was like, do you remember?
I don't remember which book.
I don't remember.
I'm so bad at this. Like,
sometimes I do, and sometimes there's like a 70% chance I don't remember and a 30% chance I do at any given moment in time.
Pennyroyal Academy. There we go. I just missed it the first time. It's a retelling. Lovable Reader got 30 pages and got some coffee. Good. Jen finished their book and cleaned the house a bit.
Jen, what was your Red Rising? What is your rating? I need to know.
Oh, okay. We got a Red Rising fan here.
I love. Well, I mean, I 4-starred. It wasn't like I'm not like a huge like.
You're not you're not evangelizing.
No, I gave it 4 stars. I do want to continue the series, but haven't, and it's been a year, so that's where I'm at.
I mean, we just had that conversation that's how series go for us, right?
Yeah, yeah. I read it for Whatever-a-thon last June, so.
Oh my god. Well, I'm sure Whatever-a-thon will be coming back in July. That'd be the perfect time to read it again.
Maybe we'll just look at what series I started for Whatever-a-thon, and that'll be the vlog of like continuing the ones that I started a year ago.
I've already read. Love it. Mika, I got to check chapter 5 of my book, Women of Several Ages in the Background, started a feminist commune, and then get invited to take part in some reality TV competition that they hope will give them exposure. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Nice. Julie has under an hour left in her audiobook.
Getting there.
Mika says, my book does not have an English translation yet. Well, that sucks. Because it sounds interesting. Pennyroyal Academy, yes. Lovable Reader, I feel like I'm super behind on my TBR for the month. I needed to read 7 books, so I'm currently working my way through. But 4 out of 7 is not bad.
I was going to say that's really good.
You're at or past the halfway point, if that is the case. I will be honest, I did not start working on my TBR until Monday.
That's fair.
I started like I'd read like maybe 2 books for my TBR up until that point. It's how it works sometimes. Librarian about hey, there was one more week of the month. You can still manage 7, just choose short books. Yeah, but then you just get as many on the TBR as you can done.
Yeah. I think the TBR is just a guideline. Like it's
an aspiration. I never expect to finish my full TBR.
No.
Never. But if I've read most of it, I'm very proud of myself. Like we had one month where I think I only missed like 1 or 2 books. I was like, I'm very happy with how
that's really good.
Jane says, I took the dogs for a walk, have some planning to get done, and reached 46%. Oh, we've got somebody else reading Red Rising. Nice. Jen says, Red Rising, I finished yesterday, getting 4 stars also.
Right on.
Finished the Wayward Children this morning. Alexandria, true, it is a guideline.
It is a guideline.
I just find that I read more when I make a TBR, whether or not I actually read the TBR.
No, I agree. I think it's just, it helps give me some sort of like direction to go in. Mm-hmm. And then even if I mood read and ignore the direction, I still feel like I have a base to go to if I need a base.
Yeah, exactly. You've got options to choose from. Because like I'll do the TBR and then I'll just go with whichever one I either need to read. Sometimes I'll go with the one that I need to read, but a lot of the time it's like, okay, what do I feel like reading right now?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I'm in this really weird spot where what I feel like reading is I want to read my book, but I want it to have been written by someone else so that it is finished.
That's a mood.
Really what I want is I want TV shows that have the exact dynamic that the main characters in my book have, but I can't find that. Let's see. The West Coast is awake. Good morning. That's not Brianna. Brianna says, need to finish The Last Word and Fury Song today. We'll see if that actually happens. I mean, Brittany and I are both trying to read From Blood and Ash in a weekend. So we'll see how well that goes.
I mean, so far, I feel more likely that could potentially happen just because it is reading very quickly.
It does. It does read real quick when you're not doing other things with your hands while you're reading, as I am. Lovable Reader, I've been swapping some books out, and I DNF'd a book already this month. I did read The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton, and it has been my only 5-star this month. Blast from the past for Miko mentioning The Outsiders. Yeah, that's one that I'd be interested. Like the author is a little trash, but I would be interested in reading that. Like in a snooty way trash, not like she did something.
Not in a problematic way trash.
Legitimately harmful kind of trash. Just like she is snooty about books, if I remember correctly. Which one, my love? From Blood and Ash. From Blood and Ash is what Brianna is talking about. It's a quick
because I was doing Scatagorathon and got the same prompt to start a series with an A and I had started a book and saw that Bree did this one. And I went, why didn't I to make that choice because that was a month when this was on my TBR and I ignored it. And I was like, why didn't I make the same choices?
Wait, Brianna, it couldn't, you got the, it could have been any word in the title?
Mm-hmm.
You think you have friends. I fully thought it had to be the first letter of the first word.
No.
And I'm pretty sure I said that on one of the sprints. No. I might not have. This might not be on you, Brianna. Well, it's good to know for when it comes back. She is cackling right now. She is laughing at me so hard. Brianna, I need you to understand that, like, I watch these at work. So I listen when you talk about the book. Did I watch the first Scatagorathon video? I don't remember. That was 2 years ago.
You probably did 2 years ago.
I probably did 2 years ago because we started our TBR games around the same-ish time. I don't even remember last week. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm glad you're having fun with my lack of brain cells. Yeah, I'm sure. I am sure. Did I watch their announcement video?
This is always one of those times.
No, I did. I am pretty sure I did.
This is always one of those times where you're like on sprints with someone, they're talking about their video, and I was like, yep, totally watch that.
I'm pretty sure I did. I think when I watch them at work, like, I'm paying attention, but I'm not paying attention to them.
I'm the worst for having BookTube on in the background of doing things, so I get bits of information.
So, like, there will be little pieces that I will miss. Like, if there's something I need, I'll be like, okay, I'm paying attention. Like, I'll pay attention to it and I'll rewind and listen. But anyways, let's see. Julie says it took me until Scatagorathon started to realize it could be anywhere in the title. I had that moment too. Thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Like, it was a very, like, I remember exactly, like, I watched the announcement video for Scatagorathon, or knew it was coming because Brianna talks about it. And then it was the weekend that Scatagorathon was starting, and I was like, okay, I guess we'll just go.
Yeah.
So, like, I definitely pieced things together based on what was being said on the live and what was in the Discord rather than rewatching the entire announcement video, which apparently was to my detriment because I could have read this book.
I mean, I should have read this book. I knew that it would work for the prompt, and it was on my TBR that month, and I still didn't. So,
actually, no.
Here we are.
It doesn't matter. This book is irrelevant because I had, like, I think I rolled an F, and I was like, I could read this, but I've got 3 other books that I need to read before it. But there were, like, a couple of other books. I was like, oh, but if it could be this, no. Why could, okay, anyways. Nadim says, read 8 pages of Black Coffee by Agatha Christie. The novel started very nicely. I am going to be so ready for Scatagorathon in June, Brianna. You have no idea.
I'm excited.
So, anyways, shall we sprint again?
Sounds lovely.
Now that I have thoroughly exposed myself as someone who doesn't pay attention to my friends, apparently. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and mute your mics. Welcome back. We had a new friend join us. Hello.
Hey. Hi.
I got it. Okay, give me just a second. I'm figuring out pages. But I got to the beginning of chapter 8.
Yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle of chapter 8.
Nice.
Okay. So we're probably like just a couple of pages difference.
Yeah. That was unexpected, but I'm not surprised because I have a feeling that what just happened was they had to die for certain people to be put in the place that they need to be put in for other elements of this plot to happen.
Yes. It makes perfect sense. Also, I think what you were saying earlier about the people maybe being in the same situation.
Yeah.
I feel like even more, I think that could possibly be.
It has to be. It has to be. I'm sorry. It just has to be.
You're like, I've got it.
It's the thing that makes the motherfucker work with me here. It's the thing that makes the most sense, you know?
Absolutely.
So,
how's that book going for y'all?
It's not bad.
I'm having a good time with it. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, more intriguing, and I'm more invested than I was in the last book that I talked to you about.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
There we go. I just had to make sure I had the right count. So anyways, let's see what we've got in the comments. Nadeem read another 6 pages. Very tired today. Off to bed. Good night, Nadeem.
Night.
And then Elena got 7% of their book read. Another 30 pages for Kay, and nearly halfway through book 4. Nice. Hi, Matt. He just joined the last sprint and read 25 pages of Magic Lies and Deadly Pies.
I've heard great things about that book.
That's fantastic. Thank you for joining us, Matt. We're probably one more sprint, I think, because I do need to start, I'll need to start getting ready in this next sprint.
Mm-hmm.
And then Brianna read 6%, fed the dogs, and set up a couple of live streams. I'm pretty sure that this book stemmed from the author asking, what if Bella, Edward, and Jacob were a throuple? Just based on the elements.
Which, to be honest, if that's where this goes, I'm going to have a great time.
I already know that, it made headlines for being a poly book.
Oh, so, yeah.
I'm just like, I feel like that's what's going on here. This is what she was thinking, and hopefully certain elements of the werewolf plotline are handled better than in Twilight.
Oh.
Fair. I mean, there's a lot of things that could be handled better than they were handled in Twilight.
No shit.
The author herself
so
better than
that's not hard to do if you wanted to improve upon lots of problematic things that are in that series.
Somebody retweeted that the tweet about this stupid TV show reboot, and someone was like, "Are they going to have to try and convince the author that Black people are allowed to be vampires again?" No, I'm just like,
I mean, valid question.
That was really the final straw for me, because some of this stuff, dumb white people stuff. I can see it just being born out of ignorance, but that's deliberate.
Oh,
that's
sure.
Yeah.
Do you know how much she's a part of the remake?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
But
not that I don't think I'm going to watch the remake regardless, but
I'm not. So I've seen all of the movies except for Breaking Dawn Part 1.
You watched Part 2 and not Part 1?
No, because I read the book. Part 1, I was like, because somebody wanted to go see it with me in theaters, and I was like, I've read the book, it doesn't matter. But some of the stuff that's come out about the author,
yeah,
no, it's that particular bit, and the fact that she has not done anything to help the Quillette tribe move their school, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
If I'd made millions of dollars off of misrepresenting and Indigenous people, I'd be like, here's some money.
But then that would admit fault, Margaret. She's not going to admit fault.
And that's so frustrating because I feel like so many people, if they just said, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I'm going to figure out what I can do to fix this and do better next time. So many people, like, it does, like, you can admit fault without being a bad person. And people seem to think that to admit fault means you're a bad person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Because some authors have done that.
Yes, they have.
And been like, I didn't realize the harm I was doing. I'm going to fix it moving forward and make changes.
Even if we don't believe you, we would rather see it than not.
Yeah.
True.
Like, it's just one of those things that it's like, for all the faults of some other authors, at least they're like, yeah, no, you should look into the history of this.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not it's their job to be telling that history is another question, but at least they're like, yeah. And it's just, like, you can say, hey, I messed up. I had bad information. I didn't think this through. Without it meaning that you are evil. And in fact, your reaction when you try and when people try and sweep stuff under the rug instead of acknowledging it, I feel like that tells me more about whether or not you are a bad person than usually the thing you did. So, anyways, how are we doing, Michelle, this lovely Saturday afternoon? I know I got things real super early.
I rolled out of bed. I rolled at like 9 and I checked my phone. I'm like, okay, I'll be up in like 2 minutes. That did not happen. It was 10 o'clock. It was 10 o'clock and all of a sudden I feel my arm going like this and my body is like halfway off the bed and Soren is like pulling me. So I'm like,
Soren's trying to wake you up.
We're getting up. We're getting up.
That's so funny. Yes, exactly, Kay. You can learn so much from your mistakes when you own them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely.
Anyways, Lovable Reader got to 40% mark in their book. Awesome. We love to see it. I am 100 pages in, which means that the next one I now have to go update the other vlog.
I love that you're 100 pages in and we're in the exact same page in the same place in this book, and I'm 150 pages in.
No, you weren't here for that, Michelle. Our editions, Brittany's working with the paperback. I have the hardcover. Mine is 480 pages. Brittany's is 618. They're so far off.
Like, it's not even close.
And they're the same publisher. We are so confused.
We were going to check in every 50 pages, and I'm glad we were on the live stream when we realized that was clearly not going to work because our pages are not even close.
200 pages to figure out, oh, okay.
You would have been talking about things that had happened, and I'd be like, how did I miss that?
To my knowledge, Thor, Little Thieves, both editions, whatever edition you've got, they're the same.
I was like,
although wait, you're reading the ebook, aren't you?
600 pages? No, you're not. You will not catch me reading that.
No, Bree, it's not large print. I don't know why.
No, that was the first thing that I checked.
No, it's perfectly normal font size. I don't know what's going on.
That's a no thanks for me.
It is shorter. Like the book is like, it's not mass market, but it's not like.
That might be the reason why it's janky.
But like, I still feel like 100 and some pages is the choice.
It's just like they had to have completely reformatted it versus just shrinking it down. Like that was.
It does have really big margins as well. So maybe that's, do you see how like there's a whole finger width at the top and the bottom?
Yeah, I mean,
but I don't know.
Not too terribly different from like my margins.
No, it's not. I don't know.
It's a wider paper.
I don't know.
I don't understand.
This is the only time size really matters.
Okay.
So that was fun for us with the first sprint of being like, how in the world is mine so much longer?
Yeah, no, it's just like it's very like I'll explain it again, but I explained this at the beginning. Usually, the reason that paperback fonts are so much bigger is like I would have expected this to be a tad bit bigger as far as the font goes, so that they can shrink it down. Like because they literally just shrink it down rather than reformatting. Mm-hmm. They had to have completely reformatted that book.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe they did that so that the font would be able to be bigger in the paperback. I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore. Life makes no sense.
So strange.
That is very strange.
It's very strange.
Yeah, Kay's has 600. Do you have the hardcover or the paperback, Kay?
Okay, we probably have the same edition because mine's just over 600 pages.
Brianna has the big floppy paperback and it's over 480 pages.
Mine's not that floppy, and I mean it's got a little bit of flop.
Who's the publisher on yours, Brianna?
We have the same publisher, which really threw me.
Brittany
we
and I
assumed it was different.
Publisher, so that's not the explanation.
We thought, oh, that's what it is. That has to be why.
No, because we thought maybe I had the indie first edition. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, did they have to do a reprint? Did she add? Okay, original paperback from years ago was Kay's.
So that may be where mine came from.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's from the 20s.
Well, if Kay has 600 plus pages, I think Kay probably has the same.
I would assume you have the same copy.
Same version.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brianna has Blue Box.
So do we. It's very strange.
So, like, do you also have a 618-page book, Brianna? Yes, I have.
No, I think you said hers was 480. What's yours?
She said it's no, and it's 400. This has gotten more confusing, Brianna, because your paperback is 480. Brittany's paperback is 618. My hardcover is.
This is complicated.
I'm asking Jennifer L. Armentrout on Twitter what's going on because we're confused. It's sounding like more and more of a good idea.
Because yours was not 480. I don't remember how big yours was, but it wasn't 480.
Mine is 480 pages.
Oh, okay.
So it makes no sense that Brianna's would be 480 pages and mine would be 480, but yours would be 618. Brianna says, I think there's one that's a different size because I got a copy of the second book and it was much shorter. Okay, yeah, I think
this one is short.
Yeah. So maybe that's what's going on there.
We decided to go short and thick in this copy.
Yeah, something like that. So I am probably going to take a break from this book for a nap. You do outlines of text on a page, the same page. Problem is, we don't have the same pages.
Yeah, I was going to say, how would we ever know which page is which?
I don't. Anyways, I think I'm going to take a break from Blood and Ash for now. No, okay. I want to know the answers, Kay. I do not want to know the answers that badly. I still have some sanity left. Anyways, yeah, I think I'm gonna be stuck in a chair reading this for like an hour and a half. So I'm gonna take a break from it so I can go make myself breakfast real fast and have
Sounds
food.
good. Sounds good. I'll probably just finish this chapter up then.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. And then I'll try and finish that, and then I'll let you know when I start reading it again. But
that's good.
Let us put this up for the next sprint. I'm going to be listening to Justice of Kings. I keep trying to say a Tyranny of Kings, but it's Justice of Kings, Tyranny of Faith. Anyways, let's just boop, and it'll count down for us. And mute your mics. Let me get the timers up. Welcome back.
Hello.
Okay, so I actually have numbers for y'all this time because I tried to do things ahead of time. I got 23 pages of Justice of Kings read, and then I did sit down and start reading chapter 8 of From Blood and Ash.
Nice. I finished chapter 9, and then I realized I had read past where I said I was going to read, and I stopped.
That's fine.
So that's what happened. I was like, oh, shoot. I was supposed to stop.
It's fine if you want to get a little, because basically what's going to happen is I'm not going to switch back and forth between books, so I'll be in the chair reading for hours.
Oh, perfect.
And just I'll check in with you.
Sounds good. I also noticed that you had messaged me while we were on Sprint, so I messaged you. I was like,
oh. I haven't checked my Twitter.
That's fine. I hadn't either until then, and I was like, oh.
Yeah. So, anyways, yes. All right. How did your sprint go, Thor?
I'm doing a layout for Barbarian's Prize, which I finished the other day.
Nice.
And so it's coming together.
I love the paper on the inside. I love it when you have notebooks like that. Like there's a little bit of something special on the inside too. It's not just plain.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I have to cover. I cover up the corners. I cover up the corners because they say like Star Wars Mandalorian on them.
Fair.
Okay, so that's actually you being cool.
Oh yeah,
that makes sense.
I love seeing all your journal stuff because I'm so not creative, and I'm just like, I wish I was this good at this thing.
It's more of like me trying to use all of the supplies that I've built up over like 8-9 years of doing this, and I'm like, there's too much.
Yeah,
and so like I make stickers for some of the books and like try to find things that like relate somehow.
I really want to eventually get like one of those little sticker photo printers so I can do something similar.
Oh my God, me too.
But I'm not there yet.
Same. But I got this for Christmas from my friend Natalie.
Nice.
We've been friends for 9 years now.
Good.
But eventually, like, I think next year I'm going to use a Archer and Olive journal or something with 160 GSM.
Yeah, something with a little bit thicker paper.
Yeah.
Nice. I really like, for at least for my bullet journal itself, I like the Leuchtturms, but they don't do well if you want to do any sort of like painting. Like they hold up pretty well under markers, typically. Painting's a little bit harder. The scribbles that matter. I got their B5 journal. That paper is so thick. Like it's thick with 2 C's. So I feel like that one, if somebody wanted to do like multimedia art or mixed media art in it, that would be a really good, especially, I don't know if their smaller journal has that, but I think that would be a really good journal if someone wanted to do that as well for my aquarium. Cool. That's also purple.
Ooh, that's a win.
Yeah, that's just my experience with this is that I have to go every other page and then I glue them together because otherwise they won't hold up to what I'm doing.
When I was doing my galaxy theme, what I would do is I would take, and I need to get another one, but I had like one of those pads of dot grid paper, and I would rip out pages of that, and I would do like watercolor marbling on that with my Tombos, like just, you know, the thing where you like put the Tombow color on the plastic bag and then you spritz it with some water and then you put it on.
I remember.
I tried doing that in the journal one time. I was like, that is way too much water for this journal because it was dripping everywhere. So from then on, I did it on like separate pieces of paper, and then I would just rip them up and like put them in the cover the journal the way that I wanted it to be. So, oh yeah, you were there when I did that.
Quite literally. I remember
you were there when I
pens.
Accidentally painted my pants.
It's fine.
Although I didn't realize that until after I think the trip was over.
Tomato.
Yeah. Give me just a second. Let me before we go, I just want to make sure I get your deets in the description, because I don't have Brittany's. Give me just a second. Give YouTube just a second. Apparently, it is taking its time. Come on, work with me here. Okay.
Sometimes trying to run anything alongside StreamYard, my computer's like, no.
Well, it's funny because it pulled up the one that I used to copy. I basically just copy the description and the tags from live stream to live stream, and I throw in whoever the new hosts are.
Yep.
So the description, so for some reason, the one that I pulled up to copy came up perfectly fine, but the one that was actually this live stream, no. Anyways, these lovely people are linked in the description box. If you've been here since the beginning, you may need to refresh because I just added Michelle. But they are in there along with a recent video. I don't think I've updated that. I should probably do that, but they're in there with a recent video. Also, my playlist of recent videos is in there if you're interested in anything else, along with, I think, the link to the timer that we used. I should check that. But it's on my
check that, Margaret.
It's on my channel. You can find it. It's easy to find. I need to make more, but anyways. So, why are you curling? Stop curling. Crochet. It's always fun. Anything you guys want to plug before you go?
I have sprints on Tuesday. That's pretty much it.
Nice. 7:30, right?
Eastern? 5:30 Eastern.
5:30 Eastern. Okay.
5:30 Eastern every Tuesday night. Yeah.
Perfect.
I do not have anything new to plug because I have not put out a video since the 1st.
Okay.
Because I was sick, and it was one
Yeah,
thing happened, never another.
You told me that, and then you had D&D, which is obviously much more important.
Absolutely.
Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't check in with the. I'm so sorry, guys. We didn't check in with the chat.
Did you give us our XP?
Yeah, we didn't do anything that got XP in the last one.
Okay.
So it's going to be interesting what next session is going to be because you guys are headed for something that wasn't supposed to happen until you were higher in level.
Oh, Margaret. I don't know if I like the sound of that. That sounds kind of scary.
The conclusion of what Ben has gotten into his head.
Oh no.
Yeah, anyways. It is hard knowing the things you know as the DM and being like, well, I guess this is where we're gonna go with it, but
Benny boy, what did you do?
It's fine. I've figured out how to avoid a TPK at this point. Listen, he was gunning for the dragon in the DMs. I was like, dude, the dragon? I was like, it's just like I expected y'all to have a little bit more experience for you with level 3.
Ben, absolutely not. We're not doing that.
So anyway, there are certain things about the plot that I'm actually going to I was like, oh, I can figure that out in a couple of weeks that I'm going to have to figure out by the next session.
Like right away.
Because of decisions made by certain people and also roles that were done because I chose a wizard instead of a warlock.
This just sounds great, Margaret.
Tip for any GMs out there, if you need somebody who can lie well, don't choose a wizard. You guys will be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. If y'all end up going if Ben ends up hijacking us and sending us into this confrontation, you will not lose any I'll do what I can. So, but anyways, let's see. Elena, Half of Paradise by James Lee Burke. Okay. And then 30 more pages for Librarian of Alexandria. Mika says, for somebody who wanted this to be a reading day, I'm not reading a lot. Whoopsie.
This happens to me all the time.
That happened to me on Sunday. It's why I only finished 4 books for Peace Talks.
Literally, if you watch my Peace Talks vlog, it's me at the beginning going, I'm going to read these books. And I have this huge stack. And me coming back on Sunday and going, that didn't happen.
I was able at least to be like, hey, so I did read these books out of the ones I said I was going to read, so we're good. But I didn't get to quite as many as I would have liked.
Yeah, I only read 2. It was not a good weekend for a readathon weekend.
Yeah. That vlog, by the way, will be going up, I think, either tomorrow or Monday if I can get my shit together. Anyways. So, that's what's going to happen there. Let's see. Matt. Hey, Matt. No, I already said hi to Matt. I'm sorry. I'm acting like you just jumped in, but 35 pages of Magic, Lies, and Deadly Pies. Lovely. I love that. I agree with Alexandria. I love that title. And Elena
really great things.
Starbucks. Library hangout, reading a book, and listening to music on my headphones. I love that.
That sounds fantastic.
I miss hanging out at my library. But the one that's close to me has closed all of their, like, kind of you sit and do stuff places. So, and they haven't really reopened just yet, which is fine. It's fine. Anyways, that is it.